Hello. So, last time we got through the entirety of Elpis. It about rounds it out. So, we learned a bit more about Hermes. Medion became Despair. Spoke with Vana a bit more. Today, I'd very much like to get through the entirety of the Charlian segment, but I fully acknowledge that actually, I don't know, honestly, because on my list, I thought there was way more between the end of Elpis and speaking with the forum, and we've spoken with the forum, like. We're already moving past that, so yeah, we'll see. But without any further ado, I didn't talk to any of these people, so my affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, but had I been of a mind to look for them, but contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken aloud. Of late, I have seen no sign of the Loperites. This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Charlian, the potential for misadventure is nigh infinite. Perhaps if Midgard Somer were still alive, in the traditional sense, that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies, such as the sun and moon. But from your account, it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because, while Vana knew the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the forum's preparations to escape to the moon, aligned so closely with the advent of the final days, is surely no coincidence. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn of the forum's replacement for the anti-tower, though I expect that in time they'll share that with us too, and with Master Matoya if they've any sense. I'll admit, bringing up the issue of the forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, was when they took Alfino up on his offer. Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the forum's decision. Sorry for letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Medion, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc as the only way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aetherburner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Aetherburner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. As Father seems so eager to help, maybe we can have him educated. He can have us educate us about the Aetherburn. Did I skip Kryl? Not Kryl, Alize? Oops. While I very much take issue with the forum's approach to selecting whom to save and win, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. There we go. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aetherburner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Oh man, the whole fucking part. Isn't this so much fucking reading? Some would surely object to the forum allowing foreign elements to have the run of their secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. It has been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what it is, or go outside if that's what you prefer. That we have been granted permission to enter the lower levels is proof of our increased standing. Would that they had been willing to confide in us sooner. Among the many and varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archeon. Mayhap the forum believed such records would provide insight into the intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, the Loperates did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. Where once we were refused entry, we are now welcomed as guests. It seems so long ago we first set foot here. Do they intend to carry everything in the Archeon to the moon? They said they'd start loading scientific records and biological samples, but do they really need all of it? Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophelion to take you to the medial circuit. I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Miral Ergonomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Oh, wait. No. Ideally, I'd have the Archon's throne, but, you know. Oh, there you are, having words with Master Fortuno by any chance? Knowing the forum, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. On our journey here, I was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why, it near brought a tear to mine eye. We must be close to the Central Circuit, which is where Charlene's greatest secrets are held, if the tomes I perused told the whole story. The fields we passed along the way brought back memories of Ferndale. Unfortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. The further underground we go, the more surprises we find. I wonder what this place is actually for. We are to wait here until our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions for Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapors, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, father brought me here as a child. What, and left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. By having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporits in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean guardians of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are being carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust, your trust. Then, let us proceed. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Why does the default no? I have no idea what makes Alphino so confident we can solve this problem of theirs. Relentless optimism, I presume. A not unwelcome trait in a youth, but less so in a gambler. Let us resolve never to let him set foot in the gold saucer. The farther down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes, artificial though it is. Would that the heavens elsewhere could be so idyllic. I imagine the secrets kept here would be of great benefit to my own research, but I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. The temperate environment here is not unlike that of Bestway's Burrow, though the diverse vegetation doth produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed, for I have grown weary of the scent of carrots. The sooner we can get a look at this aether burner of theirs, the sooner we can start working out how to improve it. Please tell me we're almost there, or is there another underground level we have to reach? The even more central circuit, perhaps? Yes, but unironically. This is it. The central circuit. Shubil? We might finally have the chance to commune directly with Heidelin, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Charlian's finest engineers have failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. The aether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Denkel, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Yeah, very, very nearly there. I've got between 4 and 5 streams left. In base, anyway. And then probably about 1 per patch, give or take. Surely the Forum hath already petitioned the aid of the Loperates, given their familiarity with such technologies. Is he talking to himself? He looks lost in thought, although it seems he's hit something of a stumbling block. For a closely guarded secret, you can see practically everything from outside, even with the magical barrier surrounding it. I was expecting the Sky Steel manufactory, but instead I find the village smithy. While many of the facilities within the central circuit seem to be visible from the upper levels, the more secretive work must be carried out behind closed doors. He hasn't even realized we're here, or perhaps he has realized, but just doesn't care. This is the man we seek. Do try not to startle him. Perhaps you'd like to break the ice.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Ether Burner conundrum.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer.
Insights to offer, and a metric fuck ton of favors to call
return
in.
them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Ether Burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperids?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Does the
Only in the most
preeminent
terms, I'm afraid.
scholar on Allag
'Twas
know
an
about
alloy of
refined
Allegan,
Allagan
but the secrets
adamantite?
of its production were closely guarded.
Imagine.
As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the northern empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Oh boy, coils time. Let's go.
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Yep. You want me to go and fetch the whatsits?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment
I
holes
was
in
just
Eorzea
there
alone,
too to craft this fucking
so
crown.
handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting me hopes up just yet. There are no oaths or contracts binding the members of the Ilspart contingent, and in many ways it was even more loosely organized than the Crystal Braves. Nevertheless, I knew none would refuse their call to arms. Truly, we have been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. Though Bahamut is long gone, the interment hulks are far from safe. It could be much worse, of course. They won't have to fight their way past Mercidian dragons, nor is there any danger the Elder Primal might be summoned again. Even so, I dare say there are still a fair few Allagan creations and contraptions remaining to bar our friends' way. I only hope that grandfather watches over them. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the 7th Umbral Calamity would become the keys to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that Master Louisoix watcheth over us from the ethereal sea. First the Telophoroi, and now the final days. No one can accuse the Eelsbard contingent of backing down from a challenge. Of course, they weren't also committed to the cause when we first set out. But after seeing the example set by you, Alfino, and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. Time and again, it seems the Allagan something or other are either the cause or the solution to our problems. To think the self-same materials that once launched Dalamud will now be used to help ferry mankind to the moon. There's a poetry in that. I'm confident that even the deadliest of Allagan defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have as many accomplishments to their names as a certain warrior of light. Considering how much of a fuss he made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just firewood. I didn't miss anyone, did I? Yeah, we're good. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alfino has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're experiencing rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah,
our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames, and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Theurgeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Ul'dah will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul'Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiencies so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come. Let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Meanwhile, in Corthus,
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... A roar! A dragon's roar!
Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea,
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet our requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Alagan technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with the preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you have a mind to lend a hand, I know where you want to go. Charlene Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. That lot need all the help they can get. Well, then, off we go. I shall endeavor to provide Master Kokol with whatever information he should require. I'll admit, without refined adamantite, I ain't got a bloody clue how else I could get the Aether Burner performing any better. But, if you lot don't come up with the goods, we're buggered. In order to protect the secrets of the Central Circuit, the researchers must navigate a bewildering maze of paperwork before they are permitted to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different than any other aspect of Charlene's society. We do love our bureaucracy. It's very much a mirror of the city above, which is perhaps how it came to be called Charlene Hamlet. What a quaint little settlement this is. A shame it is hidden underground. I don't mind a bit of heavy lifting, but I draw the line at paperwork. So much as wave a sheaf of documents at me, and I'll put my lance through it. As surprised as I was to learn the foreign plan to send everyone to the moon, I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. Do my senses deceive me in the shadow of yon corner? One can but hope this leadeth not to mischievous undertakings. What? No. They wouldn't say that if you can't also see what Oriandre sees. Would they? Does he point somewhere? Hang on. He looks this way. all that's back here is a chocobo key. I have no idea. I assume he's spotting a loperate, what, right? Like, that's what makes the most sense, to me at least. I don't know. As surprised as I was to learn the form oh, no. What is it? From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration. Scholar Montague mentioned. Let's start asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetherite once our work is done. Oh, hello? Are you one of the new helpers, after a sort? Working on the Aetherburner? Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties, checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Helping with the Ark, even with all the power Master Cockles managed to squeeze out of the Aetherburner, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear that the final days have arrived, horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whatever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity so far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope that they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. Well, I've got some good news for you. A Pirogo. Look at him. What a guy. Ah, I see. What a joy to sample the delights of Aetherus. How marvelous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear I've learned much since our fascinating discussion at the Curatorium. It's all thanks to Urian J, you see. He taught me the finer points of cooking, which despite my name, I knew very little about. So many dishes, so many hard to pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping he'd show me how to bake an Archon loaf. They're quite popular here, though it does sound like it contains. Though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. Still, if that's the sort of thing your kind enjoys, I shall make enough to last the whole journey. Please God, no. Crikey, I wasn't expecting to see you here, Arntel. I'm sorry, I didn't have the chance to say goodbye, and for having those other loppers attack you. Terrible misunderstanding that. Not to worry, though. As all have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administered. They bear you no ill will. Well, perhaps a little on account of the savagery, but time heals all wounds, most anyway. Fancy meeting you here, Arntel. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't have any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare, and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Oriange and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in an idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Would that be fun? If you're too busy to show us the sights, we'll find other ways to keep ourselves amused, don't you worry. A tour of Labyrinthos, and an unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loporits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that the continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhaps thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea, though we might begin with the great big what's-it over yonder. Ah yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Arntel. This can only go well. My word, what magnificent architecture, such immaculate curvature. I'll have to make several adjustments to my work if I'm to match this degree of craftsmanship. I shall leave no corner unrounded. Considering Singing Way and Growing Way's specialties, I expect them to pay full attention to your explanations, which I'm sure will be most informative. This is all very intriguing, I'm sure, but where are the food preparation stations? The, what was your word for it? Kitchens? That reminds me, Pudding Way, our newly appointed chef of pudding research, chief of pudding research, a discipline he himself founded after sampling Oriange's delights, has gone in search of Aetheris' ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it's a pudding, as that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him? The Loporits' technical expertise doth far outstrip our own. We would be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions as to the function of the various apparatus, rather than offer uninformed suppositions of our own. Unless, that is, unbeknownst to me, thou art possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning the construction and operation of advanced Charlian... what's-its? Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Splendid, the perfect spot from which to view this astonishing apparatus. Where is he? There he is. You spot an abystoma, and especially a lively one at that. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world, somehow. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endsvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see that window, and I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? Must be because of those cogs and the gigantic wheel at the top. Ah, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install, even in the harshest of environments. For us Loppers, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanalan are built near an oasis. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Mr. Alfino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Lopperts will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Shirley and Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted by burly custodians, I dared to think that what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth Lopperts may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. May I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction. What's it? You know, I've got a car. I have a feeling the way forward is not as clear as we'd like. Could you go and take a look? Perhaps you could tell the local beasties were not nearly as delicious as we might appear. Ahoy! What the? What? Oh. Badly. It only targets me. Oh, maybe it scrolls through the party. I'll have to check that later. Hang on, actually, I can't check that. Hang on. Hang on. I say, that fiend had a mind to feast on roasted leopard. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. I couldn't help noticing a distinct lack of carrots along the way, or many of the other vegetables I was expecting to see. Although I did catch a glimpse of some sort of bipedal tomato charging about. Must be my imagination. You've done well to see those two here safely. They can be a bit skittish at the best of times, so I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't run off and get themselves killed. That was all very exciting, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait, how exactly are we planning to head back later? Let's get moving. That building looks nice and solid and safe. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. Forgive me for asking, but are we any closer to the kitchens? Come to think of it, why am I even here? Atmospheric manipulators are hardly my area of expertise. As I understand, places like Labyrinthos are the exception, rather than the rule. You don't all build enormous underground living spaces like this, surely. That was terrifying, but at least the scenery was more pleasant than was named Garlemald. As a first impression of a theorist, it was far from favorable. Anyway, onward and upwards, quite literally, as is the case here. On this occasion, it would behoove us to seek the counsel of those qualified to describe the workings of the apparatus. They may also be in possession of schematics or other useful documentation, should the Loporits request them. As the forum's esteemed guests, 'tis unlikely they would be refused, yet thou knowest as well as I the changeable dispositions of Charlian bureaucrats. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very, very lucky that Theris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive, or did mankind turn out that way because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. I should like to study this primitive, yet nevertheless intriguing contraption a while longer, if I may. That the Charlians were able to build something of this complexity with their limited knowledge and resources is most impressive. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Meral Ergonomics. As I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully, I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Orion was telling me about. Even this incredibly vivid, if not even his incredibly vivid, if not too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention the theorists will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Let us brook no further delay. It would appear I have inadvertently taken upon myself the more demanding duty, entertaining 3 inquisitive leopards to thy 1. Yet be that as it may, it will be my pleasure to impart what little knowledge I possess to our would-be saviors. That was terrifying, but at least the scenery was more pleasant. Moving on. So, this is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruits and vegetables featured in our compendium. I dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever is in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you. The one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First in the moon, then whichever star the forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in this new environment. So many species are doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? Meh. Meh? An expression of indifference, I assume. In all fairness, our compendium did note that they are valued more as an ingredient for spirituous beverages, rather than as a fruit of regular consumption. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first? The fruit first. The fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Oriange about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter, but this is all very, very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are, in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? They're pumpkins. No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than taste. It's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins, and no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself, and what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though if there's even more delicious. If there is anything even more delicious, how about that yellow fruit over yonder? What a wondrous fragrance! With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. I have no idea how these are eaten. I'll just bite into it. My tongue, is this poison? It's a lemon. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I'd best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored by the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way that they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I feel so violated. Ha, first time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one. So I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to, a bit of a sick came up there, learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. I literally cannot see the Whopper. Ellipses. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use the lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true of many other ingredients. It comes to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will, and now I know what Hydaelyn sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporrits. We were born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection, and therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis a paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my origin, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cooking Way at your service. I'm here to prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to taste my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of the Theur's species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let us go and see if Rianjay and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? No, I'm good. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any places famed for their cuisine? Limso. Would I had time to visit. The more I learn of Atheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hydaelyn's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there were some other way. If only there were another way. Where have you and Cooking Way been? If the two of you were engaged in pursuits of an educational nature, you should have taken me too. I am the leader, after all. Not to rub it in, but we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Rianjay was able to obtain all manner of meteorological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to the moon. It's my duty to make your journey as comfortable as possible, though there's no telling how long it will be. 100 years? 1,000? Probably closer to 5,000, give or take. Oh, there you are. Have the others finished talking about the rain making what's it yet? Arentel, I trust thy time at Marial Ergonomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded, and now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every loperate there. Should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. That was ever so delightful, and with this much information, I can fine-tune the moon's environs to your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperatures settings for beings so lacking in fur. Why did I not ask Jebke how to make carrot muffins? We could have had baked goods bursting with happiness. Oh no, there was nowhere in particular I was hoping to go. I simply wish to see, hear, feel, and think as much as I possibly can while we're here. What does that look for? What did I say? The Loperates want for activities and stimulation. I struggle to conceive of how to busy them whilst we wait. Yes, Sarntel, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Theris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all your forests like that? Very nearly. You should see the forests of the first. One was purple. Fucking love Lakeland, man. Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. This is Thancred. How didst thou fare? I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me, be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone mopping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. Tis a good place. Tis as good a place as any. Come. Why did I have to notice that? Wait. Okay, we're fine. We're okay. It has a scabbard. It's in a scabbard. The scabbard just pops out of existence when you draw it. We're fine. We're fine. It's fine. We're good. Oh. Be neat as hell if the scabbard stayed when you drew it. Oh, I was moping, not mopping. That makes so much more sense. Oh, can I help you? Quite the opposite, in fact. It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity. It's built with peerless alien technology. It's all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aetherburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. I'm not sure about that, but well, maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you are especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatiotemporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply. And if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. Gravity is, in fact, a universal force. You are currently experiencing the gravity of stars billions of light years away. It's just, imperceptible and immeasurable. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporits to attend to them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Arntel, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable loperate. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every loperate, and every loperate in their place. Yes, precisely. However, it would also be prudent to have a redundant system in the event of failure. Thank heavens I asked you. The final days had doubtless weighs heavy upon the minds of many in Charlian Hamlet. Pillars of the Exodus as they are, pray bring them hither. I like this guy using magic to float his book. I noticed it earlier. But what am I thinking about? The medical facilities in the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Carusians, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us. To say at nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon. Why did I not think of that? The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bullocks the next. Oh, if I know that. And yeah, I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel will explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. That is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Blasted assistants, where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery. And it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine, the Loperates are willing to help. Well, why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. How might I help you? All the way around, friend. What a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope you plan to cheer everyone up goes well. How am I only at 3 of 8? Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues, and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. The number's not going up. Hello, surely you're in trouble. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on gods know what made by gods know who. They're over there if you want to ask them. You mean to say I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. No, get off the bug. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot I might speak with, truly. Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make work go that much slower. $56 bushels of weeds in the ground. 56 bushels of weeds. Rip one out, added to the mound. 55 bunches of weed in the... Yeah, I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all. So I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy, goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. I need 2 more. Where are they? Okay, I might be. I'm too high up. Hey, there's 2. Surely both of them, right? My face? What's wrong with my... Ow, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate. I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loporits in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps the biology itself may offer some clue as well. You idiot! Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt there'll be more help than you. You've wasted enough of my time already. One more. Where the fuck is it? Is it you? It is you. 100% you. Unconcerned? Damn it, it's not him. Apologies. I'm waiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a voice played as a piano. My feet and knees are drums and cymbals too. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that will be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the Aetherburner make our original estimates unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Arentel, he said. He said he was glad we spoke, and he thanked me. It was all worth it after all, wasn't it? Even the mistakes we made, because now we can tell them what not to do. Where'd all these fucking Loporrits come from? Urian J, I thought you only brought down 4 of them. There's so fucking many. Growing Way has been a godsend. I can look upon what we've built with clarity now. A little privacy, please. Alright, live your best life. Moving on. It's fine, you're scared, you know. In the long run, however, most of you won't die. Well, we put it that way. Behold, Arntel, through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos, verily to a far greater number than we anticipated. Living Way doth gather more Loporrits as we speak. Ah, there it is. I shall consign each in accordance with their skills. That new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. I pray that the Living Way is joyed to see so many hardened souls when she doth return. Can Loporrits use Aetherites? Or is Living Way presently configuring a teleporter? Just beam them straight here.
So much in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Aetheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget,
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Remind me to invite Urianger for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. We're long overdue for one. We can raise a glass to Moonbreeder. I was so busy asking questions about Aetheris, I never thought to ask more about Urianger. I'd like to, but where would I begin? I assure you that my fellow Loperates are equally excited to have this opportunity. They were humming the whole way here. We spent so long gazing at the star, wondering and hoping, but to be here now, to walk among the people, to be part of their lives, and know that we've made a difference, is so much more than I ever dreamed. Goodness me, I've never felt like there was too little time before. There are so many people to talk to, so many things to learn. Oh, you must be one of the Scions, correct? After a fashion, yeah? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as companions. Urianger is too, I'm sure, and I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? The classical Rogan language isn't so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of that self-same light. Of course, we later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for sun instead. with how bright and stubborn she was, but fiery as my Moonbreeder was, she was always kind and gentle. Oh, Arentel, be assured that I am fine. I am full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that I was in your company, as difficult as it was to accept their kindness. Would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporrits. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing until later. Pray assist Mistress Alize. She hath taken up too great a burden, like as not. Livingway and I shall attend to matters here. That is a lot of boxes. Okay, Alize. Put him in the trunk. Actually, does he have a trunk? Okay, the regalia may not have a trunk. Just put him in the back seat. Arentel, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Apora. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples. So try not to be too rough with them. Alfino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Oh, you're helping with the crates? Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Huh. I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Apora, to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. Jesus Christ, Alize. That should be everything. Have you heard of multiple trips? You carried all of that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush, they're lighter than they look. Not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we've finished. Theopaldon is in the courtyard. We can report to him. why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance, at least, considering where we are. We might even learn something interesting. Okay. Okay. I need to check something really quick. Not bad. Alright, so I am going to step away for just a few moments. I'll be back as soon as I can. I'm very sorry that this is the music I'm leaving you with. But, you know, I'm very sorry. So, I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, I'm back. I keep thinking that I've seen him elsewhere, but I cannot fathom for the life of me. I cannot for the life of me remember when. This must be Theopoldin. Hello, Theopoldin. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Thank you. I expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortunate's children, are you not? Alpino and Alize at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studio. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's Newliths, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray, spare no details. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that. In exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happens to be three sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait right there. You will find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind. Alfino and Alize, I'm certain they will be back soon enough. I lost it. There it is. Hello. Are you not one of the scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the Aetherburn. We're waiting on our favors to come in, doing some busy work in the meantime. Theopoldin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum. And so, we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. Okay, I gotta let my dog out of my room. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Alright, problem solved. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons. You will note. You both have my thanks and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and that is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father so long. I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levier name garners such respect is in Charlian is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nooncraft's Hope, a lineage of a new clan. Damn it. A lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Nooncraft's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisoix looked not to Nooncraft's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow thus. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom; it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fourchereau could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believes so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fourchereau agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fourchereau is a cranky old goat, but I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it. He loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say, thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the form on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper place, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Oh, hi, Graha. Graha, surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or worse, no. He has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Arntel? Can you spare the time? Perfect. This shouldn't take long. And back to the music. Tis strange to hear father spoken of in such a way, but I suppose he would find your view of me no less odd. Much as I'd like to press Theopaldon for more revealing tidbits, we should be getting back to our tasks. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to the anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of aether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected aether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustments will require two people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we park then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire aether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected aether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would. Weak. Also weak. What else you got? Two of them. Did everything go smoothly out here? Extremely. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside, either. And the water-aspected aether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kokol will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Allag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of Allagan efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Allag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zonde. The Emperor's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zonde's return, Amon provided those languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zonde convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only have been a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting on? I did thoroughly brief Kokol on refined adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any misapprehensions I was kicked out for prattling on. Phew, I can feel these flames blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do, only I hate waiting. I want the adamantite and I want it now. Share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist you with in the meantime? I wish this sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get you gone, I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses of your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. I just need a break, man. I just need a break. I just fucking give me a break from that fucking music, man. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. There we go. Much better. Just a little longer. I just need a few more moments. I'm excited for the mount turning update with Dawn Trail. I really hope it applies to bikes as well when you're adult turning, because it already happens like a little bit under very certain scenarios. I swear to God, I've seen the bike lean a little bit when you turn. Okay. It was nice while it lasted.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way.
We had a lot of favors to call in.
A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. And a hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamant shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock,
and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
This is this scene,
Fortunately, our majestic
along with the
associates have
Ilsvark
been more than
contingent,
helpful. 'Tis an
is
honor
why
to join
it
the
is
warrior
so
of mine for another
important
adventure,
to
they tell
do
me.
as much side content as possible before you do Endwalker.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary
It
cost?
all
I
comes
shudder to
back.
think of the ransom we must pay for
It
such a
all
bounty.
comes back.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture. When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother! Amelians.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, then? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
And there's
What's this about
everyone
a ship
else.
that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlint before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
As you like as not suspect, we've also brought adamantite from Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
And there's Alexander.
The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat-Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself.
Look at me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool. Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened
I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail. I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Oh no, how many text boxes is this gonna be? Uh-oh. Over here a minute. It just occurred to me. Our moment of triumph is close at hand.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Oh, thank goodness. It's only the main handful. We're good. I apologize for not informing you earlier of our involvement. He was something of a contingency plan. Thank goodness we had him and his fellow gleaners to hand. Though, it would have been monstrously difficult to locate Sid and transport the Hanish delegation here otherwise. My throat hurts from directing so many people to Labyrinthos, but that only proves we got our money's worth. I had no idea how massive a weight it was until he lifted it off my shoulders, but more importantly, his words were an affirmation that the path we walk is the right one. Part of me might have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days, but to save the star is what we all want most. And if those same people believe that I can help see it done, who am I to say otherwise? Come what may, I will fight for this world of ours until the very end. I cannot wait to see what our friends from the Ironworks do with the ship. If I ever see another crate again, it'll be too soon. Unaided, we Scions could never have gathered such a bounty, refined adamantite, relics sacred and ancient alike. I find myself quite overcome. The time has come to claim our prize. Are you prepared? Lisa sent a letter with the Gridanians' contribution. It seems she traveled there to aid in their adamantite recovery. Evidently, journeying to Gridania was quite the trial, as getting into the Dalamut shard as was reaching its depths. I suspect she will have a few kind words to say about the Allagans next we should meet. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. What the fuck are they doing out there? It transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so we needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. I don't want any of you getting hurt, but I do hope you'll wring as much information out of Hydaelyn as you can. For all we know, this is the one and only opportunity we'll get. Until I've already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clarity. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after. Or alternatively, I can just jump off the edge. I'm not in combat. It's fine. Non-lethal. You're with Master Fortuno, yes? Just step inside the lift here. From here, we proceed to the heart of the Labyrinthos and its most closely guarded secret, Thama-Muzzle. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delivered to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. I bid you welcome to Thomazine? Direct your attention towards its center to behold the arc over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft. The better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The Aether Burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I've received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. We must learn of Hydaelyn's greater plan. We can only hope that she also knows the current location of Medion. And we can do neither if we do not focus on whatever trial awaits us within. I can well imagine the zeal with which they're working on the Aether Burner, and all I can say is that I'm glad we have something to do other than get in their way. Once it's ready, we'll see to it that the ship is put to good use. To think how many generations labored for this end, and that we aim higher still. We must spare no preparation, and that means speaking with Hydaelyn, no matter the cost. If meeting Hydaelyn proves difficult even for the forum, then perhaps I... Oh, 'tis an unformed idea at this phrase, I'm afraid. I will duly inform you if anything comes of it. There's no way. I'm paying close attention to that. It's probably a red herring. Or not what I think it is, rather. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but it pales in comparison to the vast primordial power beneath our feet. 'Twould seem enchantments most advanced have been woven into the ship's very bones. Wolfson and Bloida have doubtless called upon for their expertise in teleportation magics. It was the Allagans who first combined the mechanical and ethereal sciences into a revolutionary discipline. Given that the ship is nothing short of a technological marvel, and is that in that precise vein, Allagan's salvage should suit it well. I doubt this is what Aravel meant when he said that there remains much we do not know, but I still can't believe everything that was hidden underneath the city this entire time. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. I really need to upgrade my mount speed in the Endwalker zones. Not that it matters much what with flying and whatnot, but you know. I really do gotta get back to Island Sanctuary at some point. I don't understand why we can't fly in here, also. Like, the scale of the ship is real. We can go all the way around the edge. Is it just because, like, they don't want us flying down? There's other locations where there's a, like, invisible floor in the ground. It's weird, it's bizarre, it's mildly annoying. I should hope that Master Fortuno has more to share ere sending anyone stumbling into the ethereal sea. With the ship in the way, I didn't even notice this was here. This doesn't strike me as particularly dangerous, unless one is afraid of lifts. They must employ a full cohort of engineers just to maintain the lifts. The Aether here is more brilliant than I have ever seen. Am I the only one feeling terribly nervous? Surely not. I doubt there's anything worth worrying over, not for Hydaelyn's champion at any rate. As a means for communing with the heart of the star, 'tis a disappointingly mechanical in design. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilized this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thamazane. No sooner did the Forum decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allows us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. The Aetioscope. And you commune with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the seventh Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we've ever dared, beyond the Aetioscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, not for your safety, not so deep, nor for your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know, I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aetioscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us, though through it we can watch and guide you. In those whirling depths, there are pockets of aether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in the assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Krile is not a combat person. Please allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events of the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortuno has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? Trust in me to do so. I can think of none I trust more, compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into aether on a single expedition. It ought to pose no challenge at all. Even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There's one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger on for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. We are in the midst of peak hours. I have faith it will be a quick queue. I hope to guide you via Link Pearl while you're inside, but given the density of the aether, I'm not sure how long the connection will hold. Even if you can hear me, however, be assured... if you can't hear me, however, be assured that I'm watching over you. Once you are below, you should proceed through the Aetioscope to the central observatory. This is where the objective lens is located. We can manipulate it to direct an ethereal current deeper into the sea. Though I shall assist you in every way possible, this is your journey to make. When you are ready, I bid you step forth. Maybe our enemies are down there, but if we've beaten them once, we can beat them again. I'm more concerned about our meeting with Hydaelyn. We may find our truth, but what if? No, I would rather not think on it. Let's move on. We have always tried to do the right thing, but we have not always been kind nor merciful. I should not be surprised if some few harbored resentment for us as they passed on. We must face these truths and meet them as they come. I now understand why these facilities are so heavily guarded. If it fell into the wrong hands, the wisdom of Hydaelyn could be dangerous, 'tis true. However, that danger is not compared to what would result should the common folk en masse venture into the ethereal sea unprepared, which they most certainly would if they thought it would allow them to speak with the dead. Once that secret got out, no rational argument could dissuade people from wanting to see their loved ones, no matter how ephemeral the meeting. Wrong person. If some part of them remains in the ethereal sea, do you think... Forgive me, that's not why we're here. And no matter what happens, she'll always be with us, with Reen most of all. She tell us to live for the here and now, to do what must be done, and we will. I cannot help but think of those who are transformed into beasts, their aether dissolved into nothingness, their souls forever lost. Yet I dare say Fandaniel still wanders the ethereal sea, as do ancients who gave rise to Zodiark, setting in motion so many cataclysmic events. If there is a justice or morality at work that governs our fates, I do not know it, nor do I think any man ever will. Not what I wanted to do. Go away. If Hydaelyn be unwilling or unable to divulge Medion's location, I shall see our comrades delivered to the moon, one and all. I pray, however, that this eventuality does not come to pass. With even a sliver of hope remaineth, we needs fight on. I've seen more than enough death in my time, friends, enemies, far too many to count. Once revenge was all I lived for, all that hate, all that anger. What good did it do? None. That's what. Way I see it, there's no point living for the past. It's the present. It's the present that needs protecting. Right, and now we wait. Hopefully not too long. But we wait. Less than 5 minutes. Hey, the outlook changed. That's nifty. Anyway, yeah, we're hitting the 3-minute point. Alright, let's poke fate with a stick and see if that makes it a pop faster. Man, it would really be annoying if it popped right as I was opening my filler game. Gee, that sure would upset me a lot. I would hate if it did that. I did Archer earlier. I wasn't feeling it. I kind of want to do a Warlock run. Not gonna lie. Cleric can be really fucking strong, but it's a pain in the ass to get it there. I'm gonna do a Warlock run. I'm also gonna turn my fucking volume on. Minions. I don't think I have anything. Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely want that. Maybe. More damage. Nah, that's good. I don't have any other necklaces except for I could get this one, but I'm pretty sure that this would mean that like I cap out at like level like 60 or something, and that's not I'll pass. Appreciate it though. This could be good though. I would need to keep my pickup range small. Also this one. I might buy that. I thought, there they go. Let's see. I thought my dudes tracked. They do. Attack speed. What does Force do on Warlock? I'll take regen. Oh, being shot at. Traits. Character. Force is for duration, piercing. Duration and piercing. I don't think I actually care about either of those. Yeah, I don't think I care about Force. It matters a little bit for the Archer, but not really this one, I don't think. Also affects summon damage. I'll check. I don't know because it would say summon damage. So summon damage is its own stat. It's like movement speed. I don't really need range either. Get range out of here. Take defense. More summon damage, please. Thank you. I have a lot of summons. Hey, it popped. Settings, mute, change scene, tab, sound back. I'm not closing the game, because there is one more thing to queue for after this. Bard. I can't tell for anyone else. Bard's not bad. I like the Amon cosplay. Maybe a machinist. He's looking pretty cowboy-esque and like a sage, possibly. Ah, scholar.
All seems in order with the lens.
Guess everyone else.
And
though.
I trust
I'll
you
take
can
it.
hear me. Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Uh-oh. Hang on. I'm just getting my bearings. He had dissipated? I know I'm not a great paladin, but holy shit. Slaw, or potentially Papalino. Livia, the white armored one from Iran. I remember when the Confetti combo used to give a dot. And the dot would override Goring Blade. I remember. Why did I get 2 stacks? Why do I have 3 stacks? What did I miss? Help, help. I could have gone better.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you. The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Got horse font. He's casting physics? Like, actually? Oh, we lost him. God. I'll go back. Yeah, just okay. I don't want to be that guy. I'm gonna be that guy. This scholar isn't using like half of their abilities. I don't think I've been hit with a like single recitation this entire run. That I'm not noticing, which is possible, I suppose, but like... I would love to give them tips, but... We also haven't used Expedient. Or not, it's not Expedient, it's Expeditious Measures? Emergency Tactics? I forget what it's called. It's the capstone ability. No, stop casting Physic, it's bad. Do not cast Physic. There's so many other options. Adlo spam is better than Physic, because you might crit. You shouldn't be Adlo spamming either, like... why aren't you using your free fairy AoE heal? It's not a ton, but it's something. In return, you know, fucking criticize my fucking paladin play. I'm not doing great, but like, as a scholar main.
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons! Faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer! The stage is set! What a boorish audience you are!
Nope, he was dead. Alright, well, my damage no longer matters. I need to stay alive. Oh, I love playing Paladin sometimes. War could have done it better. Warrior would have had no issue at all not dying there. I actually had to expend like a modicum of thought to not die there for a second. Whereas Warrior would have been business as usual. Player calmed Bard. Agree with that. Actually, what do the NPCs say? He's ill. He's not gone. Such was the strength of her faith in us. Lately, it's a struggle, but it's worth it. Isn't a lie. Someone is worth way. This is becoming something or other. I missed it. This is becoming tiresome. I sense yet a presence. There we go.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace.
Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Do you recall your days as Hermes?
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly! But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Vandam. Still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall, and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Next time, we will find the answer together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little. ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
We meet again, Vana.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Yeah, I can use duty support. I'll pass. I don't need Elise stealing the LB. Emmett Selk called us incomplete, pitiful creatures, he said. Maybe we are. Pain, grief, fear, they walk with us wherever we go. But we prove to him that we deserve to live, and we'll prove it to Hydaelyn, Midian, to the universe itself, if we must. Should we bring our singular talents to bear as one, even gods may fall. Nevertheless, I prithee, throw thyself not into peril, lest our curative resources be spent. Pain and despair, aye, we're old friends. I've lost count of the times I've cursed my own powerlessness. But it's the blessed moments in between that I choose to hold in my heart, memories and possibilities. I fight to keep those things alive. Nymphilia and Reen, to say nothing of you lot, I know, would never settle for less. From the ruins of a sundered paradise did she rise, to grant this star a new life. As its will, long has she labored to guide her children. Make no mistake, this trial puts to proof Hydaelyn's own faith. If strength is the courage to confront your failings and accept that you are worthy of another chance, to rise from the ashes while the fire still burns, bloodied and unbowed, then my friends have made me strong. What? Surprised to hear me and love mentioned in the same breath? I've not a heart of stone. Even in my darkest hour, there were people I cared for. Mentors, comrades, that mad woman who gave her life for us. Then you and Elfino threw my eyes off a bridge, and I've never known peace since. Never, in the past, present, or future, have I found only happiness. To live is to be ever beset by hardships great and small. Yet it is in adversity we find the strength to strive for the next moment of peace, and the next, no matter what trials we face. By this strength have the will of gods been defied, and the fortunes of men been forever changed. May it be so again this day. Clear. Alright, how bad's it gonna be? One must wonder. Leaving nothing to a chance though. Anyway, where was I? Gotta love massive tension-breaking moments. It's great. I could, hypothetically, have kept the attention up and queued with NPCs. I'm good, I'll pass. Yep, that's about what I was expecting. Oh wait, shit. Tab. Audio. I can't tell if that's that scholar again.
The last of my kind
It's
shall
not.
test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
A lot of fucking raiders here. This will be an interesting run.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Zoom out.
Change of arms. May the test continue.
I'm gonna turn off the fact so I can actually see what I'm supposed to do.
We're near or far.
Oh, wrong door.
And now this.
I wanted it to was Sword Sentinel. No, that's
Light unyielding.
I'm doing great. It's going well. Damn good thing I think I'm not main character right now. This is corners.
By blade.
I didn't fuck him out of their TBN, did I? No, we're good.
We're near or far. By blade.
Damn it! There goes my dragon.
Crystals of light. To me.
Now we got the fun part.
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness. children and never look back. Then you are resolved. But this test is far from over. My crystal light. Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal. We're near or far. We're high or low. By blade! Succumb not to fear! Light unyielding!
No, come back. No, come back.
We're near or far.
There we go. Mostly painless. Mostly. I'm even starting to get a halfway decent paladin rotation down. Comes and goes, though.
At last, man has the strength to.
I never thought we'd end up fighting Hydaelyn himself. I trust you're still in one piece. I hope that'll suffice. A battle that would go down in history were there anyone but us to tell the tale. And so it ends. It would appear we have proven equal to the challenge. All in a day's work.
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it has become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azan, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, for it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her Our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, Vana.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Oh. Well, in keeping with the theme, I'm going to be wrapping up here. Okay, maybe not right here. I have to go and try and do something because I'm not going to have my ending scene in this song. Tomorrow, we will begin in quite possibly, maybe not tomorrow. Today's Tuesday. I'll probably do it tomorrow. Tomorrow we will do our very best to begin, if not finish, the final chapter of Core Endwalker. Man. Are you... Oh, no. There's still hope. Hang on. I'm pretty sure you can do this on revisiting. Why? There it is. So I want to thank everyone for stopping by who did. I really appreciate anyone who gives me the time of day, and until I stream again, have a good one, all.
Welcome and well met, my brave little spark. How long you've wandered, burned bright as a star. Oh, I have awaited you patiently all this time. Past every fate, now sing with me once more. Share of your life, far greater than memory. Its loss and love words cannot hold. Boundless the tale overflows and carries your to see. Remember the rain, near and far beloved, each drop a blessing from heavens above, and how as time